Hello. So I guess now that we've got some of the people in here, I'll start the actual drawing again. Okay, so here we go. I don't know why the live chat doesn't seem to work every single time. I just re-imported it, so hopefully it'll populate soon. Oh, thanks a lot, John. I'll see you later then. Stop by anytime. Thanks. Yeah, anatomy advice would be to draw from life and to draw from life often, just regularly. If you're on and off with it, it's difficult to get good. The 25 is a timer that I'm using for work. I don't have it on right now, actually. Maybe I'll turn it on and see how that goes. But I basically do 25-minute work intervals and then a 3-minute break. That helps you from overworking your hand and also from sort of burning out on really long days. I haven't been using it in the last streams, so I'll try it out this time and see if it helps. But it's usually a little bit more stuff to keep track of while you're streaming, so that's why I wasn't using it originally. a lot of the Japanese pencils test, there's a lot of drawings that disappear all over and reappear some frames later. Could you explain why? I mean, I'd have to see the pencil test in question, but I'm assuming it's because either what it is on a different layer, or it's only partially animated. So like, if you have the close-up of like the face of a character and their mouth is the only thing that's moving, if you're only displaying the active frames, the entire body and face will disappear and then reappear whenever you show the different mouths. Hey William, fellow William. Get some William solidarity. Well, I will be uploading the video once it's done, so or it'll be public on the channel, so you can always catch it later. That's for Kaiser. Anti-talk. Yeah, I actually popped into the chat for a second. I saw you guys talking about Mezzo Forte. Whoever brought that up has good taste. Also, in the last stream, there were a couple of guys asking me to post my workspace, so I actually did that, and there's a link in the description for anybody that wants to check that out. I've actually worked on one show, but it was only for second key. Like, I haven't done actual layout, like from layout key animation. And that was actually while I was still at Actus. I have some technical stuff at the bottom of the screen now. It says my software and tablet that I'm using. And it's funny, I have a friend that got into the animation industry specifically to draw hentai, and he basically just ended up doing kids shows full time. Okay, I'm tracing that part around here really weird. Need to fix that. Or I guess that's what the corrections are. Let me double check. Okay, that is the corrections. Do I draw hentai in my free time? Not lately, like maybe 6 or 7 years ago I used to draw some stuff. Not safe for work stuff, but I've kind of like cut back on that. There we go. That's a shame. That's all the lines. Let's double check. Nope. Actually, the thing about companies refusing to hire people that have worked with like 18 plus stuff, it's actually funny because in Japan sometimes you have people that will apply to a normal studio with their hentai stuff as like their portfolio. Yeah, I know there's a guy that worked as an animator at a studio I used to work at, and he got into animation after getting experience as a assistant for H manga. Because he had all of the experience drawing the lines, he was really fast with cleanup, fast and accurate. Hero will do. I know I got a request for like doing that kind of work, but it was really like mass production style work. Like they wanted 20 cuts a month every month or something. And actually, like I might be able to even hook you up with the production manager, but I don't think they speak English at all. Or Raphael, I think the biggest barrier would be language, yeah. Language and cultural stuff, and also the drawing skill. And as far as stigma goes, like I don't think I've ever seen like negative stigma actually, like a real example of negative stigma within the industry. So I don't think there's any barriers aside from like the usual ones for foreigners. Yeah, sorry about the false starts. Have I ever met a famous animator? Let's see. I met Ryochimo actually before. I think I still have his business card. Ohashi Aito, who does lots of really cool animation on Pokemon. I met. Who else? The character designer from Across F. Is... I'm trying to get the name right. Hirotaka Marufuji, I think. Fujimoto Koki. Koki Fujimoto. I'm getting the name order wrong. And is it Hironori Takagi? They worked on My Hero Academia and Beyblade. And so I've met with them a couple times. Who's my mentor? I don't really have a mentor. I've kind of had to jump between studios. But I really look up to Hashimoto Shinya. Just because he's been working so long and his animation is still so lively and it doesn't seem dated to me. Like, a lot of people will sort of degrade and you can tell that they have less passion or they don't have anything left new to give. They just sort of become stagnant. But he's been, like, not only just technically really good, but also just exciting to watch and innovative for a long time. For Beyblade, it was on Beyblade Burst, because I've only been on since Burst. Or you're asking which one I like more. The Madhouse Beyblade, I forget which one it was. It was pretty awesome. Other than that, I guess I like the one that I'm working on. Burst GT, I guess. Or not GT, what's the one before GT? The one with Aiga as the main character. I like Aiga. Have I heard of Narmak? Actually, I haven't. Do I have a Beyblade? Yes. Actually, we have internal Beyblade battles and stuff during events at the company. It's pretty fun. And so, like, as a gift, they gave me the Bey for... Like, I started out doing animation director work, like the actual corrections, for... I can't remember the character name, but I got his Bey as, like, a extra compensation. Okay, so my 25 minutes has been up for a while. That's another interval. Burst Turbo's English opening's the best. I don't think I've seen Burst Turbo's English opening. Narmak worked on a Black Clover cut recently. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Put it in my memo thing. But yeah, it's cool. There's lots of people getting into animation nowadays, just like via the internet. Turbo English opening. Put that in the memos. Okay, done with this. Now this one. Oh, okay, the first one was the one by Madhouse, yeah. And drawn bays. Crazy. Did I start out as a freelancer and then settle? I started out at Actes doing Doga, and then I went freelance for a bit, and then went to a smaller studio, and then after that I came to OLM. How long do you think it takes? I think it depends entirely on your drawing skill. I know people that have gone straight to animation director, like without even doing Doga. Just because like they're a skilled illustrator and they can also draw consistent over multiple frames. But I guess that's an outlier case. If you wanted to go typical, if you have maybe 2 years, 1 or 2 years even nowadays, of key experience, and you draw on model, and like sort of work hard to get your layouts to look like the character models, then generally you'll get an offer to become an animation director. It's usually like as a sort of help out project at first with like less cuts. Pretty sure Zaid will become one soon. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled. So now what I'm doing is I found the key with the closest angle to the one that I'm drawing that I already have fully cleaned up with all the shadows. And I just shifted over the key that I still need to add shadows to and use that as the basis for all of the new shadows. That way you can get more consistency within the keys. If the animators didn't put any acting notes in the conte, how much of the acting do you improvise? That's a good question. Usually you would ask that during the director meeting. So, like, say you've read the entirety of the conte and you understand the episode, and you sort of say, for example, your understanding of the episode is that the scene that you're animating is really important and the character is in distress. So you would ask during the director meeting, is it okay if I add a bunch of extra keys for this and make it sort of like a heavy motion cut with some like character acting and speaking while moving around? And if you didn't get a chance to ask and it's just for a normal cut, then I'd say just try to keep things minimal. Like if there's multiple characters on screen and one of them talks, the other characters should look at the character. But other than that, try to keep things as minimal as possible. Okay, let's finish the red first. Is it true that animators in the industry use their animation experience to draw manga? Yeah, there's some examples of that I can think of. There's a show called, or a comic called Ninja Nonsense, Ninin ga Shinobuden, and the author for that was, I think, an ex-animator. Like they might have been an ex porn artist or animator. I can't remember which it was. But there's lots of both in the comics industry. What's the best country to go to pursue animation? Yeah, I'd agree with Bear Creek. France pays the best. Like if you're purely looking at good colleges and good career pathways. What's my view on pay rates for animators? It needs to be higher, but in order for it to be higher, studios need more negotiation power with their clients. And like production committees and stuff, because otherwise there's no means by which to obtain the extra money. It should be like this, actually. This hair. Yeah, I definitely should have connected this first place. Because otherwise it's difficult to tell which of these sideburns is going down to the bottom. If they cross over or not. And then when the in-between artist tries to do the in-betweens on it, they'll probably like jump back and forth on which is which, and you'll be unable to consistently in-between it. Is there an interview of any H animators? No, I don't know of any particularly. Hello again, Road. It's for work interval. The timer is for work intervals, and I don't really have that much time to keep up with it right now because I'm looking at the chat, but I use it so I don't get burned out on really long days. So it goes for 25 minutes and then stops for, gives me like a 3-minute break or whatever I set it to. In Japan, is hentai art and hentai animation regarded as odd in any way or just another job? Normies think it's weird. Normies think anime is weird, and they don't respect it. Like I have one of the friends that I know has like people at work that would refuse to watch a movie if it's anime. Like they refuse to watch Your Name because it's anime. So there's the majority that doesn't like it or thinks it's weird, and then a big otaku following of it is kind of the way it splits up. Is there a way to improve on your sensitivities for drawing anime? I'd say look at other people's work that you admire and try to analyze what it is about the work that makes it so great to you. And the other thing that I heard from animation director that was training a new person was to get a fetish. So you're drawing basically the human form and the motion of the human form. So if you're fetishizing the hands as you draw them, then you'll have a lot more emotion in the way that you draw hands and expressions with the hands. You could do the same thing with the hips or the waist, or the way people's center of gravity shifts when they move. So find something about the human form and the motion of it and fetishize it. Be very good with feet. Nice. Do I have a fetish? I've kind of been struggling with it a bit, but I like folds and drawings where the center of gravity twists from the upper torso to the hips. Hey Yoshi, you too. How do traditional animators compile all the papers drawn? By the time they're done with like up to Doga and they have all the in-betweens, for analog stuff they're in like a giant rubber tub basically for each cut. Not for each cut, but they'll have like 10 cuts in a tub or something. And then other than that, like within each cut folder, they just order everything from oldest to newest. Oldest stuff at the bottom, and then the newest drawings on the top. This connects here. This side has... connects like this. Okay, good. I just need to fill the left side. Oh wait, it's in a cast shadow from the arm, so I need to fill both sides. Okay. Does an OVA have more animation than a normal anime? Generally, yeah. What do the colors represent? Just different. It's so you can tell what's what, like which parts are which. That's why I use different colors for different parts. What can help studios with negotiations? Sorry. I think maybe consolidation of power a little bit is required, because there's just so many small studios that don't have... well, they don't have good business practices, so because they're not delivering on time or at good quality, like, they also have less negotiation power. And then also just the sheer amount of people means that if somebody wants to negotiate, there's always somebody else to like outbid them or underbid them. So less studios, I think, would be beneficial. Less studios and more ways to manage animators so that they're not working on multiple projects at once. Because when somebody's working on multiple things, say one project gets delayed by 2 weeks or something, and their schedule goes over onto a different project that they were already working on. And then that basically results in schedule issues across the board for like all of the production managers that are trying to manage their animators. Have I worked on an OVA? I did in-betweens on the Lelouch movie, which is technically an OVA. The Code Geass movie. Trying to think if there's anything else that I worked on for OVA. I think there's one or two, but I can't remember right now. What do you think most animators need to work on? Communication skills, I guess? Communication skills and being able to quantify how long it takes them to complete their workload. And that goes for me as well. Do you think you guys can make animation tutorials on this channel? I need to get back into the groove of things after 3 years. We've thought about it, but I have less confidence in my animation skills and more just like I understand that I can convey technical knowledge, but I'm not the best person to learn from for animation skills. So I think there's better resources out there for that. By communication, I don't mean just like language stuff. I mean being able to just communicate with the production assistant like punctually, and if something happens or you need to ask a question to be able to ask that. And I mean that from Not so much people that I've seen getting work online, and more just stuff that I see every day at studios, is that there's lots of communication issues. And yeah, the drawing aspect is the obvious one to say, but I think the other stuff outside of the drawing gets overlooked a lot. Because if you can draw well, even if you're terrible with schedule and communication and managing your time, you'll still be able to get work, but people within the industry will dislike you. The communication issues, it's not really so much to do with hierarchy and more to do with just people that are into animation usually are there because they either didn't want to or couldn't get into like normal life where you go to like a normal job every day. So generally they have like trouble communicating with people or like going to lots of social gatherings and stuff like that. So if something happens where they're put in a really disadvantageous position where they're sort of cornered socially, then a lot of people will sort of shut down and stop communicating with their production manager or other staff. Is 16 inches a good size for animation? I guess a tablet. Yeah, I like the size. 13 is a bit small for me, and 16 seems like a sweet spot. But that's also because I carry it around to and from work. Yeah, match your screen size as much as possible. That's good for, yeah. Particularly screen tablets. Because I have a 15.6 inch laptop, screen laptop, and then a 15.6 inch tablet right underneath, which is nice. When did I start animation? Generally around 2010 or 11. And I started drawing on like my second year in high school, which was really late compared to other people. Joseph, yeah, that's the same tablet I'm using. Yeah, it's nice. It's a big step, because I had one of the older Huions, and it's a pretty solid step up from that. Like with how accurate it is, and also like the connection is a lot better on this side. Okay, so that's done now, I think. One shadow missing. Yeah, I think that's good. Any collection of sound effects for sound design? No, I actually have to look into that for when we get towards the composite stage. But we won't have that many sound effects anyway, so. But yeah, I don't know. So I feel like paper animation still has a place in the industry. I think they should make the shift, but they can't. Like, it's not realistic to expect because of schedule issues and like if even now they don't have enough workforce to go around, and so for everybody to switch to a new medium that they're not as fast in is just like another blow against the people that are trying to finish everything on time. So it's not realistic to expect it. Yeah, the infrastructure is already there, and also like everybody, like most people can't do at least some of the stages on a computer. So like even if they can use a computer to draw layout, they're way slower to do a second key on a tablet. Please repeat the answer. What was the question? Do you think it's possible to pursue an animation career when working full-time? Not really. Part-time, I do see sometimes, yeah. I mean, it depends on what your definition of pursue is as well. Like, a lot of people do the preparation stage while they're working full-time, and they'll save up extra money and use their evenings for working on their draftsmanship, and then just make the switch once they're technically ready. Wait, I need to do this at the default position. Is it necessary to do the shading despite being the one that you'll color it? No, but since we're trying to do this as a explanation of how things are done professionally, we're doing all of the steps with nothing abridged. If I was doing complicated motion though, it's definitely helpful to have everything shaded in, because otherwise you don't know which side of the line to in between with what. So like say you had a square with shadow lines like this. When you're actually in betweening and the shadow lines move. Let's see. Like this. And this is your first key, and this is the second one in the sequence. But what if the fill, like it's a different thing if your key 1 and key 2 are like this, versus key 1 and key 2 being like this. So that's why it's done. Although if you're really good at drawing, how much time do you need to become good in animating if you practice for at least 5 hours a day? That's hard to quantify, but I could say you'd get really good in maybe even a year if you were consistent with it and practiced effective things. Will, is this your ideal woman? Yeah, I don't know. I want it to be a cute mascot, so it's what I think is cute at the very least. Yeah, about whether animating's easy. Like I don't think it's definitely really hard, but the baseline actual animation skill required for the anime industry is a lot lower compared to the baseline drawing skill that's required. Because you can always get really simple cuts without a lot of motion, just mouth flaps and stuff, and use that to get some experience while working on the actual animation skill as well. But yeah, of course it's better to have the animation skill when you're going into it in the first place. Which of the shows have I worked on that influenced my art style the most? Like one of the guys that I used to work with says that all of my sketches just look like Beyblade nowadays, so it might be Beyblade, but I worked on, I don't know the English name, but it's Seishun Butayaro, and it's a Cloverworks show about like, what's it about? Like a romance show about the main character trying to get a girl that's way out of his league, but there's like supernatural stuff going on where she doesn't, like the main start of the show is like she's invisible to everybody. Yeah, Bunny Senpai. That's what it is. Also, one of the funnest shows to draw that I worked on was Tiger Mask Double. The character designs on that are like really, really good, and you might not even notice that much watching the show, but they draw like really specifically for like the Russian guys generally have longer legs, or this guy is older so he has a higher body fat percentage, so for his shorts like around the waist you have like a little bit more of a like overhang on the tights. So it's really deliberate with the decisions for the forms on the bodies, and that was really fun to watch, like to notice as you're actually drawing and dissecting the character sheets. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so this is 5. I guess I don't need this extra tail here. Yeah, there's a couple shots from Funny Girl Senpai on the border. Actually, just a couple of them made the cut. I haven't made a t-shirt. The Studio Gosso t-shirts. I haven't gotten to make one. Like, I don't think it would be a... I've seen other people doing it, but... be nice to. Haven't gotten an offer, though. On my with effects, hit or miss. Like, I haven't really gotten many chances to draw them. One of the better examples is there's some for Beyblade opening that I drew that turned out okay. But I'd say like most of the stuff I'm doing, sort of mediocre. There's some effects. There's lots of like blur on them, so it's a little bit hard to see, but they turned out okay. Is the curve tool or the line tool faster? I think the curve tool is faster if you use it exclusively, but because these are keys and I want to sort of... One of the animators I really like is Shingo Fuji, and he does all of his keys with just like freehand drawing. So like to sort of be stubborn and continue to freehand makes it easier to just improve in general, because it sort of becomes mileage for how to draw the figure with like long flowing lines. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'd like to do more explosions. I haven't really gotten many chances to do that. How good is my kanji? Bad now. When I was in language school, we did like the full... What is it? 2,500 or something? To get into like college level. And now I've basically forgotten most of it. Like I can read most of it, but I can't write it. It doesn't... I can't think of it without looking at it. But visually I remember it. I think if you know about like 1,000, it's plenty for work. You can get away with less, but like if you wanted to be a enjitsu and read the like actually read storyboards or write storyboards, you could maybe get away with 1,000. These need to be longer. So let's see. How do you keep consistency in details? Flip back and forth a lot to do checks like that, and also use the out of pegs feature if the angle of your character isn't changing very much. You register the previous frame to the light table like this here. And basically what you do is slide it over to the new key. And so right now I'm going to check the length of the ponytail because it looks like it's too short. Oop. So when I put one on top of the other, you can see that, yeah, it's about, yeah, pretty short, so need to extend the lines. I might have curved the tip of that hair too much. Yeah, it's better. Otherwise, it doesn't really connect with the previous key. Yeah, the Kazunori Ozawa book, I have that too. It's really good. Highly recommended. Chat froze again. Let's see. I think it's okay. It's updating on my Streamlabs side at least. I got to in between some effects from like a Kakita explosion. That was really hard to do. It was cool as hell. Yeah, Nahu's a beast. Yeah, thanks, Spider. I would recommend OpenTunes for coloring only, mostly. Coloring, and I hear the anti-aliasing is good. You could use it for pencil tests as well if you work traditionally, but the other features are apparently pretty buggy. Yeah, I missed the hyper detailed stuff too. I actually really like the Hellsing Ultimate OVAs. But I can't imagine being able to draw something that detailed every frame. Do I work with a desktop? I actually work on a laptop. So I have a laptop with a screen tablet. It's got like 16 gigs of RAM and a GeForce 1060, so it's not bad. But I also have like a $200 ThinkPad that I got used, and with the exception of like live previews, and also if you're doing like cuts with more than 50 frames at once, the drawing experience is perfectly acceptable on that computer as well. Especially if you don't use like a fancy textured brush. Yeah, for me, like, free was crazy as far as how detailed everything was. And also the older Kyoani shows, like, for the key adaptations, like Kanon and stuff, the newer shows have, like, a more efficient thing where they don't have these really long, jagged shadows over everything. But for the older key shows, they just have so many of these shadows just in between the entire time. It's a ridiculous amount of work. Thanks, Zoom. Yeah, I kind of like round shadows. Also, they're kind of easier to in between as well. Oh, Nicaragua. Cool. Welcome. Two-tone shadows, yeah. Do you think they were able to do that because there was something different about the industry at the time? You mean those jagged shadows, or just the detail in general? Because like for the average show, I think there's actually more lines nowadays than before. It's just harder to tell because there's more effects and stuff, and also the resolutions are bigger. So like inside of the eye, for example, like these are somewhat on the simpler side, but you could have like way more stuff, and then in post it'll just blur everything, and so you'll have no idea that you have all of that detail in the eye. And the same thing goes for like clothing folds. Like I think the contrast was a little bit higher back in the day, so the line that you drew is like comes through a lot more in the final. Like the way also the shadows, yeah, like none, right? Yeah, none is awesome, but it's hard to do well. How many strokes would I recommend for a character that you expect to move a lot? I definitely wouldn't have put this many details in the hair if I were to redesign this character. But as far as face parts, something in this ballpark isn't too unreasonable. But then again, I really like Yozakura quartet designs and stuff. Those are really efficient, I think. So maybe check those out for reference if you feel like it. Yeah, that's the other thing too, because if you want to go with generic anime or something that is very specific and developed just for that show, like Mob Psycho or Pokemon are really nice too, but they're not like sort of universal copy-paste designs or proportions, if you know what I mean. I mean, it might seem kind of stupid to intentionally draw generic characters, but as practice, it's good for being able to use them universally, so that you can draw on all kinds of different shows. Oh yeah, the Bokuben hair was really cool too. Yeah, I appreciate the tall eyes aspect too. Like, not just tall eyes, but just the Pokemon design in general, because it's really easy to make your drawing look like it's for the show. So that's a huge advantage for when you have a bunch of different people drawing your designs. And that was one of the things that I was talking about earlier when I was talking about how newer shows require more animation directors, is because the designs are less sort of, I don't know, designy. Like, you don't have like the square guy and triangle man. You have the sort of moe blob face. And to differentiate between characters is really tough, and you need to be more meticulous with it than with something like Pokemon or Lupin. So as a design, I think that's the correct decision to make. Now you post exclusively on Sakuga board. Zoom Buster, thanks. That's one of the ones that I worked hard on. Like, that episode, I got a lot of the keys cut down a lot. I lost like 150 keys from that sequence, but that was one of the ones that they kept everything as is. Yeah, that's true. I know like some professional animators that still work in Photoshop for anime. And they've just developed like some plugins. And also for Flash even. Ryochimil developed plugins for Flash that allow you to do like a couple of specific things that help you work in the animation pipeline. I don't use it myself, so I can't really speak with authority on what it is exactly. But See you, Artie. Good night. I've never used Toon Boom actually, no. Thanks, Jay and Kaiser. missing this hair here. That's what this is on the layout. It's a little bit dark, the line. Brighten it, lighten it up a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I'm gonna need this highlight. The green fills are where her t-shirt is a different color. So like between these gaps and stuff, it's like a two-tone shirt. So I have it filled for each section. I'm pretty sure it was red and white. I haven't looked at the paint in a while. Let's see, it's on the starting thing. Yeah, it's red and white. So you can see here on the actual painted one. But yeah, that's what the different colors are for, so you don't get them confused. How much effort would you have to put in to get close to pro anime quality as fast as possible? I don't know, a ridiculous amount. I think the working smart is more important than working hard, for the most part. Like, you would have to work hard and smart. Like, if what you're working hard on isn't something that's going to effectively increase your skill level, or your practical skill level, it'll be kind of a waste of time. I don't know what the perfect combination would be, but it would be something like croquis for an hour or two in the morning, and then like big pages full of stuff from your imagination with characters, with studies about like particular forms, and then motion studies for another 2 hours or something. That'd be like a good balance, I think. As long as you're drawing backgrounds on the first two. The actual study part. 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years is good, yeah. Like, I've seen people get crazy good in like 2 years. Go for 9. Yeah, 9 hours would be... Because then you could have 3 for animation, 3 for drawing studies, and then 3 for anatomy or other studies, or at other whatever ratio you think would give you more efficiency. But yeah, 5's good too. I think the biggest pitfall that people would fall into is like not having a period that they're drawing from life, and not having a good study time that they're drawing motion. from their imagination and also from studies. That's a highlight actually too. I think everything's on the list. Like I'm using the same like copy pasted list that Jared gave me for the YouTube studio music. Because we got the copyright strike last time for what was apparently mislabeled as copyright free music. But it should be in the description. Oh, okay. Only the stuff that requires credit. Yeah, I just realized I've just been running the timer and totally ignoring the intervals. Drinking water. These two keys are really close as well. Since the head's bowed lower, in addition, I'll just sort of increase the area of all the shadows on that plane just a little bit. Should help it look more three-dimensional. is Japan the gold standard for animation? Disney animators, way higher standards. I guess just because it became financially untenable to continue doing animation for the most part, and so it's sort of been allowed to die because of financial reasons. Like all the Disney strikes and stuff were kind of the start of that. And Japan had some strikes too, but they never led to the workforce actually being offloaded to another country. Yeah, the other thing is also how to sell it, because sort of centralized media is starting to make less money, and more decentralized smaller projects tend to more nowadays. So like, if they can get like a Hollywood box office audience in to watch something 2D, then maybe, but otherwise it's difficult to pay for all that character acting. And again, the other dimension to that is that's because they're paying a fair wage for that character acting as well, which you can't say the same thing about really high quality stuff in Japan. It's definitely too cheap, I think. I'd say the effectiveness for the Japanese pipeline sort of like peaks and then drops off. So like if you have a number of people on the vertical axis here and efficiency. Like for keyframers, it probably goes, maybe not for keyframers, but just for overall, probably just goes like this. Because if you have too many people involved in it, it's just too difficult to manage and get everything to work together, because you have separate key animators for every shot, then you have to worry about continuity between the shots. So yeah, it definitely drops off and you end up with a bunch of really bad situations because you use too many people. And those are the episodes where you have like 20 different Sakugan or something. Okay, so I'm still missing a line here too. It's because Japan pays their animators like they're taking a disability pension. I actually know some people that are on welfare while animating. They're like, yeah, because they count your work as freelance. You can basically say that you're unemployed and on welfare. I'm like, cool? I don't know. I mean, if you do you, I guess, but I'd prefer not to. How do I feel about multitasking? You should avoid it as much as possible. The conversation about the 90s, Japan's economy was actually really booming during the 90s, so they had a ton of money in each production. That was when investors were blowing like massive investments just to make their own series or just to fund something for fun. Japan's lost decade. If you're talking about 1995 and on, like it goes down throughout 1990. Like it booms. What is it, mid 80s or something? Like if you let's look it up. So it booms up way high in the 80s, then drops in 88-ish, and then peaks in 1991, and then drops off at 1995, and then it goes really low after that, going the lowest around like 2003. But even like the lows in the 90s are like still higher than the 2000s. Commodore by like handcrafted, I kind of know what you mean as far as like animation nowadays being mass produced. It's not really, it doesn't really lend itself as a medium to have so much stuff made at once. But when you mass produce it, it's difficult to make something good or interesting or original every time. So comparing the 90s to now, like considering how much more stuff is being made at once, it would probably be more beneficial for the industry to go back to that older model. Because right now they're making a bunch of stuff and then undercutting the pricing to try to get it to sell. Like make a bunch of stuff and sell it for cheap. Instead, I think they should probably shift to making less stuff and selling it for more. Because even anime fans can't really keep up with all the different anime that they're making at once. So it just doesn't seem like a beneficial business model that they're doing right now. And the computer thing, I know it's like really polarizing to talk about, but I don't particularly see a big issue with it. Right now we're gonna sort of enter into an era where you can do more like hand-drawn look, sort of adding extra textures and stuff to make the animation look fancier. Or look like less, I don't know, less static or less digital looking. Soulless, yeah. Like there was one crash in 2005-ish. And then it's sort of spiked back up again. So we're kind of due for another one. But like if you look at really early digital animation, they do have like kind of a soulless look, but I think nowadays they're starting to be able to add like lots of cool effects that make it look like something that's utilizing the new digital medium well. And we're going to enter into an era where they can sort of start emulating those old analog effects as well. Like being able to keep the textures, like the texture of the line art and stuff. This isekai age we live in. Like honestly, I don't get a lot of time to watch every show nowadays, so an isekai show that I manage to catch once every now and then, I don't mind it at all. Like I liked Cautious Hero, I liked Konosuba, I liked Slime, like I was reincarnated as a slime. I thought those were all good. He feels technology is a power scooter and not a crutch, because a crutch is a handicap device. Yeah, I think the utilization of the technology is more a symptom of what they're being forced to use it for right now, and that's just produce a ton of shows and try to turn a profit by selling them cheap. So like, yeah, Commodore, I can kind of see where you're coming from, but I don't think the problem lies in the technology itself intrinsically. Yeah, I can't unhear that now. It's the Skype ringtone. Watching someone draw is like consensual stalking. That reminds me, my desk at work is like right next to the entrance, so every time somebody walks in or out of the office, it's very non-consensual, the look that they get on my screen, of my screen. Spooks me out every time. How can a computer work if it doesn't spy on me? Oh god. Yeah, I really wanted to switch to Linux for a while just because Windows 10 just rubs me the wrong way. But I have to use it for work. But apparently all the CPUs have like some kind of backdoor on them anyway, so it's difficult to avoid even if you're on Linux. I'll watch you then judge your smallest mistake. There's that anxiety that I was having about streaming coming back to me. Thanks, Yoshi. Kirishima, not the hiragana one. Just realized she's missing her eyebrows. Oh wait, she's not. Never mind. She has her eyebrows. Everything's accounted for. People watch you, so you end up drawing unnecessarily fast and also panicking. Oh god. Then you end up making 70 more mistakes than you normally would. Phew. Feel personally attacked. Or the thing about what's bad about spying isn't that like you don't have anything to hide, it's that we kind of have a issue with like concentration of power. And so if say you use that for marketing to somebody, like targeted marketing, you could frame that as being beneficial to them because they get to see advertisements that they like. But in reality, it just sort of allows corporations to further entrench their like seat of power by sort of centralizing things and then marketing for them with like big data. It's kind of like a loss for the average person, is the way that I see it. And like, okay, it's sort of a privacy infringement that I don't really care about, but it's, yeah. Yeah, I block ads too, but there's other stuff like just big data in general, the way they can use it to monitor behavior and then use that to create marketing strategies and stuff. So even if you're not watching the advertisements, they can tell by like your browsing habits or what stores you go to, things like that. Purchasing history. I don't want to get like too political on the stream, but yeah. I don't think those things are usually used for good stuff, is the main thing. It's the only issue I would have with it. Even if it's information that I don't really care about, personally. Do you know what goes into determining color palettes for specifically shading in anime? I think it's all mostly just universal color theory. Try to have a hue shift for your shadows, for example. So it's understandable if each character has a different shade palette. Like usually the amount, like the brightness and hue shift in the shadows versus the normals is always the same for the characters, so they look like they're in the same lighting. But other than that, it's mostly just color theory, or picking a good flat palette and then lighting it with whatever hue and brightness shift is appropriate for the time of day. They have a particular kind of shading when they're in the mechs, especially for something like the Gundam Build series. You mean like the actual colors that they're choosing, right? And not the shape of the shadows or how it's drawn, is what you're referring to. The blue, pink, and yellow are just so we can tell which parts are which. So like if there's something peeking through here, if I can tell if this is the shirt or part of the hair coming out here, since it's all blue, I can tell that that's the shirt. What about using a colored filter? Would that do the trick? It could, but like, for example, depending on the lighting, the contrast will change as well. So you could do it with color keying, where you literally replace the colors. But a filter over top of the colors is kind of different. Yeah, the actual colors they choose. Those principles are, yeah, universally. You could look up lots of tutorials in English that are for graphic design or something, and that will be giving you the same information that anime staff use to do color theory. Green and purple, huh? Yeah. I've actually been sick for the last couple of days. I'm finally feeling better, but I never went to the doctor and get my medication. Yeah, that's true. So like for the whites of the eyes, they have to drop the brightness down by like 1 or 2 points, otherwise it turns transparent. Yeah, I'm in Zettai, but I don't really have much time to do stuff outside of work, so I haven't been posting as much as I'd like to. There. I like being in Zettai though. It's if you're just working on like really professional animation all the time, and I don't know, it's easy to forget to have fun. Zettai's like the opposite of unfun, sort of like busy work animation. So it's a really good counterbalance, I think. Do you think there will be an anime crash in Japan? We're kind of due for one. We're at the point where Chinese studios are starting to pay more than Japanese ones, and so there's a bit of a bid for talent. And so depending on how Japan responds to that, we'll sort of see whether we end up with a crash and shrinking of Japan's domestic market or not. Or if they start paying their animators more and they don't get the sort of brain drain that would happen otherwise. Because we're kind of at risk for that. Yeah, I thought it was missing something. There's no blush either. Anime was a mistake. Come on, guys. We don't have mistakes, just happy accidents. Yeah, I think the studio was Colored Pencil Animation or something. They posted their like recruitment information on Twitter, including like their pay grade, and it was like triple that of the average in Japan. And there was like surprised Pikachu faces across all of Japanese animator Twitter. Are there any Japan-based streaming services? Yeah, there's like a Docomo anime store, and I know Nico Nico Doga also has a sort of streaming setup with a lot of different shows. I think the other thing is, globally, a lot of people probably want to consume anime and pay for it, except they don't really want a Blu-ray, and they don't want to pay an excessive amount, and they want a high-quality video file without any DRM, but nobody really offers that. It's like, yeah, if I want the best version of it, I have to pirate it. So, like, I think they're losing a lot of money by not monetizing that. Like, it's sort of a failure to monetize despite the DVD market shrinking up. It's like one of the biggest problems. They haven't changed their strategy so much. I don't know, maybe that's just me that doesn't really like streaming. That's cool. So that's where he draws those marker illustrations that I see on Twitter sometimes. Nice. Okay, I'm guessing B7 is next. B7 or B9? I'll go with 7. By streaming service, I mean a digital platform that hosts a library that you can access for a fee. Yeah. It's definitely underutilized, I think. And it's still a default to buy airtime from a TV station as well, despite like they're buying super cheap airtime that everybody just records on their DVR and then watches it later because it's like 4 in the morning that it airs. 3 or 4 in the morning. Like, honestly, I think studios should stop wasting their money on airtime and just try to market their own product as well. Like, if Twitter sells their Doga and stuff sometimes on like an online store, but if a studio or maybe an amalgamation of studios got together and had maybe like a subscription for like 4 action studios, and you could get like all of the Bones and Madhouse shows that come out for some kind of fee. I don't know, they got to do something to like be the ones that are selling their product instead of having it sold for them with a giant, with like most of the profit taken off of it. Ioane follows me on Twitcast. Whoa. That would be really, really stressful for me. I don't think I could stream if somebody like that followed me. They sell like their materials online sometimes, so they'll sell like their own set day books or t-shirts and then actual doga from the show. I'm not sure if they sell keyframes or not, but makes a lot of sense because most of the raw materials just get thrown out in 5 or 10 years. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Patreon. That's the most obvious one too. You know, the other thing that I think Trigger does well is that they sort of sell the individual, like their staff, by name. You know, a lot of people from Trigger. I mean, you probably knew them before they went to Trigger or made Trigger, but a lot of studios sort of make an effort to hide the actual work environment or hide the individuals behind it and sort of mass produce. But I think a move towards the individual that's actually working on the show and then sort of the minutia of the show a little bit would be a better sell to people that are interested in consuming. You're telling us to spank to the unicorn. No, not that, but sell the individual, I guess. Sell that it's made by an individual and that it is sort of made by a bunch of individuals. And like, your parents probably think that it's done automatically on a computer, but doing stuff to break that misconception would be helpful, I think. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep, still going. Hey, Thimps. Progressing less than I should have. Slow and steady, I suppose. That's too much palm meat in her hand. I kind of want there to be contrast, like wrist tilted down, sort of palm meat bunching up around the wrist, and then stretching out when the wrist moves the other direction. Kind of overdid it though, I think. It's too thick. Oh, the fingers are like totally inconsistent. Okay, time to get the actual correction. I done goofed that. Okay, here we go. I don't know if animation was ever supposed to get this far. Like whenever I see the shading on like the armor in Ufotable shows. That's kind of what I think. How far are you gonna take this? That's better. Yeah, the gradient shading. And the other thing too is like all of those are lines. And so on older shows, those lines would have had a clear separation in the color that they're filled in with and look really detailed. And in the case of Ufotable, it's at least well executed, so like it looks shiny and cool, but like if it's poorly executed, you basically just have a bunch of detail that disappears. Yeah, there's also the continuity stuff that you sort of see when you begin adding lots of really realistic looking effects. .3D to real water. Yeah, that's something that the Insta usually tries to avoid too for furniture, for example, like if they have a chair or a sofa. If it's a background element, so if it's painted, then they'll try to keep it as painted throughout the scene. And even with like just not being technology, just traditional methods, you would keep the painted parts as painted and the cells as cells throughout the scene. Because otherwise it's jarring, jumping back and forth like that. Trying for animating ending win. Yeah, maybe we can have like a action-y style ending. Do the opposite of One Punch Man. Because there's still some cuts that we need to do for like demonstration purposes. Like stuff with multi-plane camera work, or cuts where the cell sort of floats like along with the camera while the background pans around. Although, yeah, I agree. Megalobox looked really cool. And yeah, Mob Psycho too. Like, I really like the trend towards these more effective styles. Like, you get more cost performance out of them. Yeah, that would be cool. Do like a bunch of Pro Strivers on the ending. Because by the time the first video is out, there will be a bunch of people that have seen the whole pipeline and actually had experience with it. They have traditional, well, by traditional I mean like they did the cells in the standard method for it, where it's just flat black, and then they used a filter for it. So I made sort of a line filter as well for the lines on this that I'm gonna try incorporating. So it won't be as hardcore as Megalobox, but something around like Occultic 9 or Grand Blue Fantasy. Would be cool to see if we could reproduce. Sakuga Bunga time. Yeah, I really liked the line work on Occultic 9 as well. That's a filter, apparently. That's also a filter. But for Megalobox, apparently they downscaled it, and then like I think they downscaled the raw line art or something, and then upscaled it back, and then put it on, like put all of the effects on it. So they get kind of blurry, like it's a old 4.3 production. But also you have the texture on top, so it doesn't look just like Vaseline on the screen or something. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's why I kind of prefer like Grand Blue Fantasy. Yoshi, yeah, that's true. You're kind of recreating the user watching it on VHS experience more than the actual materials. Yeah, Kyoani designs would be cool to do. Like, I want about 2 more years of like just really studying and working on my draftsmanship before I would want to try it, but do I know anything about French anime? A lot less than I probably should. Like I was keeping up with the Last Man Kickstarter and stuff for a while. As far as the industry goes, I know it's all unionized and they get like 2 months out of the year paid vacation. Wakfu, yeah, I never got into Wakfu. I know it's really well made, but I just never like I didn't know where to watch it, really. I guess I could have downloaded it, but like I didn't want to pirate it, but didn't know where it was officially being distributed. All you have to do is animate poorly and they'll let you leave. That's one way to do it. Just do crappy animations. For studios in general in Japan, a lot of people do even go to multiple studios within 1 year. So Kyoani's one of the ones that likes to keep people for a longer time, but they also manage their talent a lot. So if you're not producing work that's up to par or whatever, they'll sort of fire you, which is really rare. Fire you or demote you to a different role. So then they see you later working freelance Sakuga with the drafting skills you learned from them. He made off with the whole lot. Yeah, I can see that happening to me. Animate poorly. They don't see the difference. So I didn't draw that stuff. Uh-oh. I think it's just that there's too many strands of hair down here. Maybe I'll look at the full motion again. Okay. Oldest anime I've seen. Maybe the original. Like, I've seen parts of the original Astro Boy. I don't remember what year that was from. I thought it was like the 40s or something. Or I guess it's the 60s. And also Dororo, I've seen. (1952). Oh, okay. And then turned into an anime in the 60s, so 1963. Oh, also an interesting era for anime is like the older Toei stuff, like the Puss in Boots adaptation that they did. Like, some of the older stuff is like half Disney technique, and so it's kind of interesting going back retrospectively and just like seeing all of the different stuff that they were doing back then. Eighth Man. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Is it good? Or was the point that it... No. Yeah, never mind. Was it good? Okay. I'll have to check it out, because I do like watching older movies. I have a tendency of overlooking stuff, so... Suburbs a lot. Hello. Ninth Man is on YouTube. Oh, okay. Maybe the next time I have like some sort of cleanup job or something, or some extra time, I can put it on in the background. The thing too about like intentionally looking up old movies that are supposed to be good and then watching them is that it's so hard to find time to watch them properly, and like you don't want to sort of half-ass watching something that you care about. And so it's like the same thing for anime. Like the more I care about a series, the less likely I'm able to watch it in any decent amount of time frame. But like it'll always end up being several years after it's aired or something. And then I'll watch all the just meh stuff, like in times when I can only halfway pay attention. Is cut 5 completely done? No, I actually haven't started on it yet. I've just been working on 7 first, and this entire time. For this cut, I still have several frames that I haven't done. There's 1, I have to do 2, 3. And then here I have a in-between reference. Oh, 3 was a in-between reference, okay. So I have to do 2 and 3. Then 5, finish 7, finish 9, and then do an in-between reference between 9 and 10, and then I'll be done with this. Why did I pursue animation? I guess just to not see a burbs a lot. Why did I pursue animation? I guess I kind of like the difficulty part and wanting to master that, or wanting to, because I kind of see it like a sport or performative art. So like seeing other good animators or really cool scenes, you want to be able to do that too. So that was my biggest motivation, wanting to sort of like be able to draw something that you can air next to a really great animator and not totally embarrass yourself. And then ultimately be that really great animator. What did I think at the time, and what do you think about it right now? As far as the wanting to be a great animator thing, that hasn't changed at all. I think the strategy has changed a little bit for me. Because when I was starting out, I was really into just putting in really long hours. And now I'm sort of realizing it's more of a strategy, or how you use those hours, that is more important. So yeah, the goal's been the same, but I've realized that my strategy hasn't been the best. So I'm trying to sort of restructure the way I'm spending my time. Animation is shown in anime, yeah. Exactly. What's a good thing about it that you can't get in other jobs or works? I forgot to answer that. I guess the freedom and the sense of accomplishment. Just because it's so hard, it's really satisfying when something goes well. And the freedom of time, like just that the working environment is really low stress. Trying a girl that's about to animate. And especially if you have other animators around you to talk about like what you've been working on or exchange tips and advice and stuff. I guess that's the other thing too, is if I did a whatever job, my hobbies would be separate from my work. And so it would be more difficult to have conversations with the people in my work environment and around me. And so I kind of wanted those to be the same, one and the same. Do I scan pencil work? Is that for me, Commodore? I have in the past, yeah. I did Doga traditionally, and then some of the days when I was still in a training period, I would do scanning work. Which is basically they have a peg bar taped down to the scanner, and then you have a feather brush to wipe off all of the, like, brush off all of the like eraser dust or tiny hairs and stuff that are on the scanner for each frame, and then put it on scan, put it on scan. It's really mind-numbing work. This animation is on a mixture of 2s and 3s. So in order to help make the ease in and ease out more accentuated, at the extremes of the motion, it changes to 3s. So it slows down even more. And then when it speeds up, it's on 2s. When the range of motion gets larger, it's on 2s. Did it take you a while to get good with precise strokes with your tablet? Yeah, I'm still not good at it. I'm sort of getting to the acceptable area, but the reason I'm being so stubborn about not using the curve tool is because I want this to be more mileage for being able to do precise, clean strokes that don't need a lot of like redrawing, because ultimately that means you'll be faster in everything you do. But for when I was doing analog Doga as well, it takes a 3-month training period for everybody's lines to get up to par when you're drawing on paper. And some of the guys that got into the studio at the same time as me ended up taking like 5 months, and then they got tendonitis in their shoulder and ultimately ended up having to quit. Which is easier, Intuos or Cintiq? Both. Whichever one you use more often and consistently. They both have their advantage, I think. And that's going from like other animators' opinions as well, from what I've heard. You know someone who can animate on a pen tablet? Yeah, I know maybe 4 or 5 people that prefer it to a screen tablet. Yeah, Bahi JD prefers his bamboo the most. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think his tablet broke after like 10 years of using the same one, and he's repurchased basically the same thing to keep using it. Do with burnout, focusing on what I can do. So focusing what I can do, starting slow and building momentum. And then the other thing is, once you have momentum, to pace yourself. And that's what this timer's for, that I've been ignoring for the past I don't know how many hours, but it times out 25 minutes and then I put a 3-minute break. And that sort of helps me when I'm doing a normal workday. That helps me get through like a 16 or so hours without feeling exhausted at the end of it. The time checker is it's an open source application called Yappa2, 2.0, I think. And I like it just because it's a sort of lightweight and doesn't get in the way. And also there's a tiny little 9 right here that counts how many intervals you've done, and so that you can set that to reset every day or every session or whatever, and so that helps you keep track of how long you've been working on something as well. Yeah, I forgot to drink some water. Have I seen Golden Kamuy? No. I did hear about the bear scene, though. That's my only impression of it. Yeah, we're going to share the projects immediately on the Patreon, and then once we're done with the entire short, I think we'll be releasing them just to the public, I think. Jarrett's sort of in charge of the policy regarding that, so that's my best recollection of what it was. Pretty sure that's what the deal is with the project files. Yeah, which got a lot of flack, but on the other hand, like, how many animators can animate a bear these days? So I totally understand the decision to make it CG. It's just didn't turn out as well as they would hope. Yeah, I saw that about Ryojimo. I've actually met him once at, I think the name of the event is like ACTF, but it's like the Digital Animation Information Exchange thing. They have it like once every year. And I basically just got his business card, and that's it. But we'll be trying to get more interviews. It just depends on who we can manage to get on the channel. But yeah, his new short looks really cool. think the animation industry will break down with these current conditions? I think it's breaking in parts, and the industry is changing in order to accommodate those breaks. So, yeah, if it doesn't continue to change at a little bit more rapid pace, we'll see it start to shrink, I think, as a, how would I put it? Like how much animation is created within Japan, like the domestic market for animators will start to shrink. But hopefully, because wages are actually going up right now, so hopefully that continues, and we'll see a sort of recovery. Ideally, wages should go up and the amount of productions should go down, I think. It would help balance things out. Animation studios outside Tokyo. Gohan's is in Osaka. Ufotable has a, is it Tokushima branch? What else? There's one or two, I think it's just one in Okinawa. And I know of one in Hokkaido as well. Got the name, huh? Oh yeah, outside. Oh, in Japan, outside Tokyo. Okay. Yeah, one of the more famous ones would be not PA Works, Gohan's. Gohan's and Ufotable, the Tokushima one. And there's a lot that are like technically not Tokyo, but pretty much like within driving distance. It's just Tokyo, but cheaper rent areas outside of it. So I'm not really counting those. Do I master the Japanese pitch accent? I mess it up sometimes still. Like kaki and kaki. One is oyster, the other is persimmon. It's difficult to remember which are which because there's not really an equivalent of that in English, so I do have trouble with that. Yeah, like Chiba or Kanagawa or Nerima. Was Nerima Tokyo? I don't. I guess Nerima's a ku in Tokyo. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, going to a foreign branch of a Japanese studio somewhere in like Southeast Asia, I think is a really good option, because you get the same skill set, but you don't need the language skill, and also the cost of living is lower, so it's easy to make money, I think. Depending on the studio, they'll like really cut off on how much they pay you though per frame. So if you can find a place with like not a big reduction in the pay, it's a really good gig, I think. Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and China. Oh yeah, Depayne said exactly those countries. Oh no! Alarm doesn't connect. Yeah, that's one thing you have to kind of watch out for. Especially if you're doing a lot of like moving around and adjusting stuff. Drawing pretty easily like that. People that would like to animate but have self-hatred issues. That's a good question. I think it's similar to the advice I have for when you're burnt out, except it's a little bit more perpetual, is that you focus on the stuff that you can do. And then the other thing that's more of another person's advice is to find your weaknesses and sort of crush those one at a time as much as possible. And so by overcoming those, it can be kind of therapeutic, even. Because, like, I'm bad at drawing X is sort of part of your personal identity. And so by changing that, you're sort of also changing a portion of your identity. And that's in a positive way that sort of helps you be more satisfied with your job as well. I received 2 female characters that day, but when I looked at the other one a bit closer, they're in big bold red English text of the phrase. He is a boy. Yeah, it can be confusing sometimes. What are some of the funnier moments working on anime? I don't know, I thought it was really funny when we were all new animators and got into all new, starting out on Key, and got into a new studio. And everybody's really excited about learning a lot because the studio head's a 30-year veteran. They've been at Gainax, they worked on Wings of Honyamaze and all kinds of different cool projects. But the most common question that everybody would have for the animators, or for the veteran there, was just like, I can't read this kanji, can you please read it for me? What do you think this is? And that's for the Japanese staff as well. Just bad handwriting. I'd love to be asking about cool stuff, but I'm stuck asking you what this word is. What if everything is your weakness and you're not good at anything, and the act of trying to change it and having trouble confirms your self-hatred bias? You see, this is why you'll never be good enough. I think in that case, you're not having an objective assessment of yourself, because nobody is weak at everything. There's always something that you're better at than another thing. And so in that case, the act of drawing and objectively observing what you're trying to draw as well, to try to apply the same principles to see if there's any internal bias and where you're having an incorrect assessment about yourself. But I think if you can't overcome that, it's difficult to be productive in any field. So the objectivity that you require for observing and drawing is a good principle that you should probably apply in any case. Circle view, what they mean is to look at the whole picture. Marumiye. Probably. That's funny. Yeah, just Google translation moments. You feel it's objective. Yeah, but even within that, there's better or worse. Like, you can be better at walking than you are flying a fighter jet, for example. And so by assessing those, I think is a good priority to start on. I'd rather fly a fighter jet than drive. Yeah. As long as you have somewhere to land it, it's good. But yeah, if you do have trouble with like the objective assessment, yeah, I don't know what kind of advice to give. But I do have like some self-hatred issues as well. And that's how I sort of deal with it. Is by being, yeah, okay, you want to beat yourself up because you're not performing as well as you would like to, but objectively there's something that you can do to improve it. So, and objectively there's some things that you're better at than others. Standard size for tablets. I see a lot of 13-inch ones actually. The 16 is kind of new. I do hear that a lot of people like it though. Think about it, if you crash, you're not getting arrested or sued. Alright, Commodore, don't go all Sky King on us. Is that industry standard size? Oh yeah. Make it big. Define others when you say there's something you're better at than others. Within yourself, I mean, not other people. So, first of all, you have to confine yourself to just yourself. And if you're comparing yourself to other people all the time, then that's really exhausting, I think. And so when you're tired, I think it's best to just look at like what you're good with internally only, and then picking and choosing strategies for how to improve those things. I like how air travel has no legal liabilities. But yeah, not others as in other people, others as in you're better at X than Y. And you're better at X than Y because you did X, or because you did Z. Well, I care about getting better at something. The main point is to be happy by doing something you like. Yeah, I'd agree with that, but I think if you're chronically attacking yourself, then you have to sort of look at why you're making that assessment about yourself, or why it's not fun in the first place for you. And that gets to like quantification. Save. Oh yeah, I haven't done that in a while. Okay, done. If I'm bad at it, I don't like doing it because it increases my self-hatred. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. How do you keep your lines clean? Usually short, quick strokes that are sort light on the end, and then you put light when you start the stroke, and then you put more strength on the midsole, and then sort of flick it outward. And the other thing that'll help is doing contour drawings from life, because you'll get used to tracing a line with your eye, and then transferring that to your hand and drawing it all at once. What I think about Idia, I have immense respect for him. Have I tried animating with thick and thins? Is it hard to maintain? Yes, it's incredibly hard to maintain. For animate, mostly the thick and thins, like on 99% of shows, are done with 2 lines, so like this. So you actually have to animate double the lines just for one. It's a lot of work. I have stabilization off right now. getting into self-growth helps me a lot. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say. Like, if you can look at your strengths and weaknesses, and you can see strategies that other people have done to improve the weaknesses, that also helps you objectively assess yourself, and improving yourself feels good. And like a lot of the frustration that you feel when things aren't going well, you'll realize is sort of your subconsciousness, or whatever your mental state is, sort of just getting in the way of being more productive. His hand. I guess it should be an open palm. I feel like I have no strengths and all weaknesses, but that's like mathematically impossible, is what I'm saying. I'd start with maybe like self-discipline stuff. So like waking up in the morning and making your bed. Because that's like a small thing that pretty much everybody can do. And it's maybe a little bit hard at first, but you get a little bit of self-accomplishment out of doing that consistently. Make short-term goals and steps to achieve them, yeah. Well, you have like a blanket or something, right? You fold the blanket. Do I plan on living in Japan forever, or do I miss anything from where I am? For the long term, yeah, I kind of think I'll live in Japan. I'm from a snowy area with like mountains nearby, so I do miss snow, and I used to be really into snowboarding, so I miss that. But I prefer having the time to animate. Like you can go on snowboarding trips and stuff in Japan too, it's just I haven't prioritized them. For Commodore, I think just like the way you're thinking is almost sort of sabotaging your efforts on every step, and so yeah, I don't know, if you can find somebody to help you like sort of address the way that you're thinking on a moment-to-moment basis about yourself, that's probably your best strategy. Because like you can make a list of things and sort of quantify skill in different ways, and that will give you it'll get you objective numbers about something. And if even you have those numbers but your brain won't believe it, you can take them to another person, and that person might be able to help convince you. But I'd say therapy's good, it's just, I don't know. Is it really not like a option for you financially, or? Good night, Ram. Is the Kurzgesagt one about, what was it? Gratefulness was the like main thing that they recommended? It was like make a list of things that you are grateful for or something. stoic approach to what I'm bad at. Yeah, and I think like a lot of times your emotions or how you feel about what you're working on can get in the way of like an accurate assessment of it. So anything that you can turn into a number, just turn it into numbers, and that can help you sort of avoid the emotional part of it as well. If I did 30 minutes of 1 minute figure studies or 30 minutes of 1 minute hand studies, it's like a quantifiable thing. And then if, like Verkreek was saying, if it's a part of your small goal that leads to a larger one, you get a sense of accomplishment from that. But it was essentially a menial task. But because it's connected to something larger, you get more of a sense of accomplishment. And if your goal is like draw good, it's kind of easy to emotionally evaluate it. But if your goal is to draw this much, this many times, and I'm just using drawing as an example, then it's easier to keep going, and then also it's easier to improve. Drink water. Drink water. Yeah, exercise is another good one too. I ride my bike to work, so sometimes on days that I skip the bike ride, like I'll take the train or something, can tell a pretty big difference in the dopamine that comes out from just exercising. Does my studio offer in-house? In-house, Like the option to work in-house? Yeah. I usually go in 5 days a week. If that's what the question was, yeah. Oh, do some employees live in the studio? No, it's only, like, they close it up at night as well to avoid people overworking. But that ends up being just like everybody takes their work home. He actually worked on the Ni no Kuni movie for OLM. So he was at OLM. I guess I shouldn't say when exactly, but I missed the chance to meet him, but apparently he was at OLM recently. But that movie's already out, so. It was a bit ago. Drawing good is a subjective thing, yeah. Yeah, that's why to try to avoid the subjective and sort of move into the quantitative is it's easier to stay motivated when you're feeling depressed about like your own work. My perfect life. I do like, my perfect life would be 12-hour animation days where I can get like a lot of work done that's really high quality. And I can consistently do that and take on new and different projects all the time. And then ideally I would get up at like 6 in the morning, start work, and then be done by 6 or 7 p.m. Perfect life, sleeping 10 hours a day. Nice. Yeah, if I'm not careful, I'll end up sleeping like 12 hours. Being Yutaka. Nice. That's a good one. Yeah, Wayland's crazy. This is... Oh, okay, that's part of the hair. It's fine. Jonathan Becker. Never seen any of his videos. I guess I had financial and emotional stability at one point, and I can't feel grateful until I have it back. I think that would be the best thing to prioritize right now then. Just like, if there's some way you can cross-examine how to get that back step by step, and then make a plan for that. Because, like, your original question was about animation, and like how to get into it. And I think the animation part will actually get in the way of that if you try to do it right now. Because it's more taxing than universally beneficial, I think, emotionally at least. For most people at least. I know there's some outliers that I think it's more stressful than stress relieving, for me at least, especially professionally. And then depending on how that improvement strategy went, you can start doing the animation again once you're back on your feet a little more. You said you had emotional and financial stability. That's what I meant by back on your feet. Or if that's not classified as on your feet, that's closer to standing than you were before. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat for a second. Hold on. Yeah, Commodore, like I can see you're in a tough situation and everything, and like a lot of the stuff that you were saying about like the self-hatred and it being like a really bad cycle, like I can identify with a lot of that. So like I hope you feel better about it, but like I don't, because I sort of identify with some of the stuff you're saying, I don't want to give you bad advice, but that's like the best that like that's what has sort of worked for me. Like nothing's a perfect solution, but to take the steps forward that you can help for me. And to sort of quantify things in ways that your emotions can't get in the way of. So like dealing with numbers instead of your assessment of something. What's harder to animate, a walk cycle or 3D rotation? Yeah, they're two different. Commodore's kind of right on that. They're two different skills, I think. One is the animation skill, and one, the 3D rotation, is mostly draftsmanship. So it depends on which you're better at. For me, it's a walk cycle is probably easier. Walk cycles with quadrupeds from the side are easy. Yeah, I forget what it is. It was the front legs are a person, and the rear legs are an ostrich. Is the way that you're supposed to think about it, apparently. Walk cycle combined with 3D rotation, changing focal depth. Depending, are you planning on doing both, or like within a certain amount of time, or what's the deal with it? Context, I guess. Why is it we use these wacky colors and not the ones from the model? It's because it's easier to see them and you can use them universally. So if you use the model colors, they might be ambiguous, and also you would have to check the model for each one. But if you use these universal colors, it's a lot like a green screen or something, maybe, where they're universal and they stand out. So that's why. You're just choosing one. Like if you wanted to do one and then the other, I would maybe try the 3D rotation first. Because it's a good like draftsmanship workout, and then if you do the walk cycle after that, you might find it easier to get through the drawing part of the process. And you can focus more on just the animating of it. Yeah, getting lost in the lines. Gets exponentially worse the more lines you use, so. Yeah, like even this was filled in wrong. This is filled in with yellow, but it's supposed to be an empty part of the cell. So that's a red X, actually. Yeah. Hope for a good result. Thanks. Yeah. A lot of it'll come down to the in-betweens too for this, because a lot of the motion is kind of difficult. Some animators skip the part you're doing and directly apply the final colors. That's what Science Solder does actually. That's one of the advantages of their flash technique, is that they just color, when the keys are done, they just color them in with the real colors, and then the in-betweening is done at the same time as the coloring, which is kind of cool. But for normal animation, yeah, this part's necessary because somebody else draws the in-betweens. And also a lot of times the color isn't done. And also if you fill it in with the final colors here, you'll get like chunks of color that you're in betweening. The way we have it now with the outlines is that by drawing lines in between all of the other lines, you can get consistent forms. But if you fill it in at this stage, then you can't do an actual in-between on it. What format do you usually save the frames? Yeah, most production assistants use JPEGs. I hand my stuff in PNG just because I like the losslessness, and that doesn't cause any problems. All they're doing is just printing them out. So this should all be shadow. SVG. That reminds me, cell data is in targa.tga, because that's lossless and also has alpha. And the thing about Paintman targa files is, I don't know what kind of voodoo they use, but like they can separate pure black lines and everything else into 2 layers, even just within a normal targa file. That's really weird, but you just save the targas and it's still like layer separated between the outlines and the colors, even after you're done painting. Okay. And this is kind of a rare occasion for keys. Normally, I did state before that keys are, they always have all of the color trace lines and they're always filled in. But in this case, the chair only moves straight forward between these 2 keys. And so if I were to draw it here, it's basically just an in-between. So you can get away with outlining this in red, and you specify that the chair is an in-between between B8 and B10 to make B9's chair. B8. So I just outlined that in red and wrote in between B8 and B10. So I have 1, 2, 3, still 4 frames to go. Jeez. Yeah, Nakawari. So it's just split middle. Is this actually on an upward curve a little bit? I don't remember if I intended to do that. But I think that would be good. So yeah, this is just to help with the flow of all of the moving air and stuff. I can watch YouTube and feel productive. That's good. Anybody else drawing while they're watching the stream? I saw Bear Creek was doing, I don't know if it was key or layout, but anybody else drawing or animating? Alex, Krishna, Theo. Child. A lot of people. Nice. Bear Creek's doing layout. Oh, okay. I was gonna say 5 cuts. That's like... I imagine you're quick with second key as well, but... Seem doing backgrounds. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be doing backgrounds as well in February, I think. Seven cuts in a day. Nice. And my personal record is 10. But those were fairly simple cuts as well, so. How many frames have I drawn today? Counting some of the work that I did earlier, maybe 20. Uh-oh. I guess that fixed it. By Violet Evergarden you mean, or if by Violet you mean Violet Evergarden, then yeah, they have once on probably several occasions in that show. Yeah, it's probably an insane amount of work to in between that much. I like halves. You just have like interpolated frames twice on the 24 frames per second. Two frames of interpolated distortion, one on top of the other, played at 24 frames per second. Animate in real time. Yeah, that's the real. That's where the future is headed. Best place to start learning on doing storyboarding. I guess film school would be like the best option. But as far as online resources, yeah, I'm not sure. Most animators or people in the industry that get into ekonte start out as enshitsu, and enshitsu start out either as animators or as production assistants. And the reason why they use production assistants as well is because they sort of go along with every single part of the process, and so they get a chance to understand it holistically. So, like, I have a friend that is becoming an enshitsu from a production assistant role, and they did that by just sort of studying konte and enshitsu corrections from people that they like. Collaborating with a scriptwriter, maybe, yeah. Like, the issue for me is I don't know any scriptwriters, so. What do I think about Huion tablets? They're good. I have an XP pen, but I used to have a Huion, and I actually recommended it to a friend, and he got one of the Canvas Pros. And that friend actually used to have an iPad Pro for animating on, but he liked the Huion better, so he ended up selling the iPad. Starting to get a driver issue with my tablet right now, though, for some reason. It's been acting up a little bit since a recent Windows update. Downside of YouTube, no ability to post smug anime girls. Yeah. I hear DLive is pretty good for that. Okay, so now that I have the chin positioning drawn in, don't really need to draw anything else. Why is the background music making me question my life choices? Yeah, I don't know, it's very reflective. It's a very Creative Commons feel. I know what the issue is. I bunched all of the hair into this one little tiny part, when really I should have in-betweened. Doi! No wonder the number of hair strands didn't match. Would you say that going over to Japan with an unrelated job like English teaching, etc., to get the language down well before applying into animation would be a good idea? Yeah, I think so. The issue is sort of the technical school requirement that Jared was talking about, where you apparently, like, I don't know 100% for sure because I'm not an immigration lawyer, but they require you to have a diploma from, or a degree in the type of work visa that you're applying to. So for animation, you would need a degree in art or animation. So if you could get that overseas and then go to Japan and do English teaching as a way to give yourself time to live in Japan and sort of learn the language and then come back. And you could maybe even apply during that time at different studios. Okay. Yeah, I think you could sort of parlay that into being accepted as related. I mean, before taking that as like full-on advice, you might want to talk to a lawyer or something beforehand. But it's an art degree, so it should be related, yeah. Yeah, that should work. Do you think Celsius is trying to merge Retas into CSP? I did talk to a Celsius rep about that because their paint bucket tool doesn't have. The thing about Redis is when you fill with stuff, it has an option to automatically fill in this blue outline. And so that makes it basically the only viable paint software other than OpenTunes, which is an open source thing that's only recently been opened to the public. So yeah, they said they'd get back to me on that, but I never heard back. I think the engineers want to, but whether the management is going to allow them to prioritize or not is a different story. Eight, 9, E, and 10. Okay, so there's no in-betweens between these two. Let's just leave a little tip of that hair. They don't want to remember all the shortcut keys every time I open a different program. Yeah, that's the one thing that really bugs me. I guess the elephant in the room is Toon Boom. They can do all the steps at once. Not a great company, but it'll let you get in the door. Yeah, that's kind of what I hear about a lot of language companies. Or language school companies. I know there's another American guy in the anime industry that is the founder of Dart Stagio, and he did English teaching work while he was doing Doga at Piero. I remember him saying. I never got a chance to speak to him, it's just something I read in an interview, but he might have more information on that, sort of combining the two. His name's Henry Thurlow, I think. My Twitter handle is in the description. It's the one that's Will. Yeah, the one pitfall is like, I don't know the rules for sure, but what I was told when I first got a work residential status was that you're not allowed to do work outside of what you have that status for. So I don't know how that works, so you would be better off asking Henry Thurlow about that, because he has first-hand experience doing it. No, just a college diploma is fine. I have a 2-year degree. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, hey Flo. Nice of you to join. Stupid tablet. This is where I retract everything nice I've said about XP Pen and recommend Yuan or Wacom. What's the shortcut you use to preview light table cells? You mean like this? It's Alt and then the number keys to flip through. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I don't know whether to blame XP Pen or Windows Update. Yeah, I have Alt and then the number keys back and forth to do that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it helps a lot when you're doing in-betweens or stuff that requires looking at another key. Or also tracing. I'm gonna go grab some water really quick. Be right back.